May I have your attention, please? The
The Sang stream is about ready to start. Thank you, everyone, for waiting and being so patient. This is a very real announcement made by the Monterey Bay Aquarium. Thank you for watching the moon jellies. Thank you.
Por favor, salgan por la
Spanish.
entrada.
That this is the Spanish version of what we just said. Por favor. Thank you. Yeah. Hello, everybody. Hello. Also, underscore, thank you so much for subscribing for 1 month. Honestly, there's something about underscore specific resubbing that's causing their alert not to come up. I've noticed it's specifically them, and I don't know if it's because they're one of the few people who even like regularly subscribe, so I just noticed that. But anyway, hello everybody. Luckily, where I am, the poison air has scheduled to clear out by tonight. I have not gone out at all today. I went out yesterday, tomorrow for work, and I had a really— oh my god, my cat— so I knew about the smog situation, and so I wore my cloth mask to work. And so, you know, I went outside. I'm like, okay, it's just regular hot. And then I took the mask off once I got to my library, and I'm like, whoa, PU, what is that smell? And I heard some, like, either a lawnmower or something going off nearby, and I thought, oh, maybe they're doing some construction or something. And I thought nothing of it. And then once I left the branch after my, work was done, I had smelled the smell again. And so I asked my coworkers, hey, is it like is it a Greenbelt specific thing? The weird smell? Because it smelled like oil. I don't know how to describe it. It just smelled like gasoline. And so they were like, oh, Sang, you didn't know. Yeah, there's like wildfires in Canada. And I'm like, listen, I know about the wildfires in Canada. That's why I'm wearing the mask. I just didn't think that there was I didn't feel a smell before. But then but I didn't smell the smell walking from my house to my parking garage because I had the mask on. The mask was actually pretty effective at negating the smell. But when I, driving home, parking garage, on my way back home, I just took the mask off just to smell. It was still there. It was totally just the smoke enveloping our general area, and it is insane. I'm not usually a smell sensitive person. There will be people at the library who, there are certain patrons who maybe don't bathe as often as they should, or don't clean themselves super vigorously. And there are some coworkers of mine who gag or have to excuse themselves usually, and I'm like, I don't know. But I feel like my sense of smell has been getting better little by little, which is good and bad. But yeah, that outdoor just, ooh, it is bad. And I know that we had a slightly similar outside smoky situation when there were I think it was fires in Canada maybe a year or two ago. That's when New York went totally orange in all those pictures. And I could the sky being like that. But maybe I didn't go outside that day, so I didn't remember this. But yeah, it is crazy, bro. I mean, on one hand, I hate to be the type of person who goes, don't think about it. It's only gonna make you feel bad. And, ultimately, there's a lot of things out of your control, so it's best to just focus on your own health and situation so you don't get completely doomer. But on the other hand, and it's hard not to feel a little doomer at our current climate situation. The rain seemed to clear some of it earlier today. That's good. Lord, Lord, Lord. But yeah. No, I'd love to be the type of person who either spouts nothing but like don't think about it, ignorance, great, or the type of person who says think really hard about it, be miserable. I like to put on my nuance hat and go, it's good to be informed, and it's good to keep up on things, and it's good even if it's sad and frustrating to, care. The only real benefit to caring is the idea that it could make a difference. Otherwise, the the downsides to caring are often a lot of just the mental toil that it takes, because it takes a lot of effort to care. So, I to all the people who do care out there, thank you. I think it's meaningful and it's what you should be doing. It is hard work, which is why it is worth doing. But also, I don't blame y'all, like, every now and then for being like, I kind of want to tap out of, learning everything all the time, especially when it's not the best news. So that's why I'm here. I can talk about it sometimes, but mostly talk about random bullshit at other times, such as the fact that Monterey Bay Aquarium has a new live cam, and look at that. As soon as I saw the YouTube, scheduled post, I thought I have to get Safi on this because it's friggin' moon jellies, for God's sake. I know you can't super see them properly because it's quite bright, and the clownfish over there are kind of covering it up, but it's the atmosphere. The atmosphere. But we may not linger on the jellyfish too much. Not to listen, I love jellyfish, but there's literally 2 hours of harbor seals to relax and study to right over there. And I think this lo-fi is a little bit more, I can work to this rather than fall asleep to this. So we have we can listen to some harbor seals while we work today. I love the Monterey. Anyway, so for the chroma heads out there, I am happy to have It's not like I haven't been busy this week doing ChromaSynth stuff, because on Monday I posted the fourth part of the Ujin mini-series, and then today I finished the little Mililani one off. But in between, I was like, I wasn't able to draw or work on much because I have had a week, y'all. I've had, there's like one of those epochs of time where, like, it's not emergency, but just a series of things that cause inconvenience and cost money. And so, like, a few weeks ago, I chipped a back tooth, and so I had to make an appointment to go visit a dentist about it, and hopefully they can look at it, glue it back on, and I'll be good. And also, my phone has a chip in it, like, because I dropped something metallic on it, and so, like, this pinprick of blinding light comes out, and that pinprick evolved into a straight line, so whenever I look at my phone, it's like the brightest light you can imagine. And so I had to, my gamer technique was putting tape over it, this line, because otherwise it would blind me whenever I looked at my phone, which might be like tech if you're trying to not use your phone as much, but obviously I need my phone for certain things. I didn't want to, like, pass permanent damage on my eye just to use it. So I got a new phone, and I'm still making the data arrangements. And also, I had my car break down, and so, oh my god, you see that seal? Dude, look! I love how big their eyes are. You know how certain dogs, like, they're just, the black parts of their eyes are just all of it, and then you see, like, the little white bits when they're looking around? So anyway, yeah, I had to get my battery replaced And so I got it replaced by a third-party service person that my insurance sent. And like he was like, technically I'm only here to just, give your car the boost so it's not dead. But, I have a service where I could replace it. And I'm like, please replace it. Like, I would like to get to work. And so he did, and it worked fine, but not even a month later, it died again, and he came, and he jolted it to life again, and I was like, hey, what's the deal? Because my car doesn't usually just die on me. And so he said, okay, when's the last time you drove your car? And so this is Monday evening, mind you. So I said, like, Saturday evening? Like, cause I got home from work then? He's like, that's your problem. You see, if you don't use your car or run your car for a while, the battery, it's not gonna charge because something about the battery and the transistor and like the electricity part of the car. And I was like, wait, so are you telling me that almost every other day, if I'm not driving, I have to get in my car, run it for 30 minutes, and like that's just something I have to do from now on? And like I made my distress apparent because I'm like, I don't think this is how cars work usually, because even with the old battery, I'd, fly home to Kansas for Christmas break, and I would leave my car here for weeks, and it'd be fine when I get back to it. Maybe a little funky because of the cold weather, but otherwise fine. And so I was trying to ask him, like, are you sure? Like, I'm not trying to doubt your expertise, because clearly I am not an expert car person, but this doesn't seem like something that's how cars work. And he's like, yup, ask anybody, when it's a problem like this, it's such a... And so I'm like, okay, well, I mean, I go to work about every day, so I drive that, and then if I don't work, I'll just get in the car and just run it. And usually I feel bad if I leave my car running for a while, because I'm like, oh no, the gas. But now I'm like, well, I guess it's not that bad, because I'm worrying about the electricity now, not the gas. And so I was like, okay, so, I ran it on Monday, and I ran it on Tuesday, and on Wednesday, I went to work at a branch, and a branch that is relatively far from me. I was just subbing there. And so you guys don't understand me going to bed with the mental anxiety of, what if I didn't, run my car long enough yesterday, so it won't start tomorrow? Do you know how fucked up it is to not even be able to rely on your car starting? Like, that's just kind of a reality I had to live with now. And so I woke up on Wednesday, my heart pounding, get into my car, it starts, and I'm like, thank the Lord. I unlocked a new fear. I didn't think cars just suddenly not starting is just a thing that I would have to get used to. So I get to work, I work, me at the desk, hey, how can I help you? Sexy books and all that. And so work ends, and, I'm getting into my car, turn the key, and I sit back and go, are you kidding me? And so I rush open my door to check if anyone else from work is there in the parking lot. Thank God a coworker and a very good friend of mine was still there. And what's funny is that when I was coming out of the car, he was like, yeah, I heard you, because I think he heard the car going and not starting. And so I was like, I was in a fit, bro, because not only was I grappling with this fear of the car will not start, but also it doesn't even make sense with the logic of what the guy told me, which was, as long as you start it like this amount every so often, you're fine. So I'm like, so I'm fucked. I'm just, ooh. And so I was feeling sad at myself because I felt like I was being duped by this guy, and I felt angry at myself because like I was the one who fell for it and all that. And so my friend had jumper cables, luckily, and so we tried jump starting the car, and we tried it for a bit, and unfortunately it didn't work. And so I thought, what the hell am I gonna do? Because I've never because when my car has broken down before, you know, either battery dead or whatever, at the very least it was before I got to work, so it was in the parking garage. So it's which is like a walk from where I live. I was never like stranded with my car, even though it's at a library parking lot. Still, it's pretty far from where I live. So fortunately, my friend drove me home, and I was like, okay. So, oh my god, see those seals, huh? Oh, oh, do you see the padding on the back, adjusting the grip? Oh, I'm sorry if you're getting emotional whiplash. I'm just, there's something about seals in particular that's, maybe it's like the Asian in me. Just seeing a nice fat seal makes me feel like everything's alright. But so he drove me home, and I decided, okay, I'm leaving my car at the library parking lot, and I double checked with him saying, like, this is okay, right? It's not gonna, I'm not breaking a rule, right? And he's like, oh yeah, you know, there are people who sleep in their cars who are unhoused and don't do anything, which is pretty nice to hear, actually, because I've never left my car somewhere that wasn't a garage. So I was like, but so the next day I woke up, I called a repair place that was relatively close to that library, told them my situation, and then I called my insurance, asked them about a towing service. They did not cover it, unfortunately. My ass has so much, not trust in myself, but when it comes to insurance, I usually go for the cheapest stuff, because I'm like, I know the logic of insurance is that the more you pay regularly, the better off you're gonna be in that freak scenario. But for me personally, I don't want to pay a lot regularly, so I'm just gonna pay like the least, and y'all are just gonna like trust that, you know, this is just in case payment. You know, this isn't it's gonna happen eventually payment. This is, you know, if you catch me slipping payment. But yes, they were able to get a towing service, get it to the repair place, and thank goodness the repair people were so kind and so patient. They were able to nail the issue as something wrong with the transistor, which is not the battery itself, but like something related to the electricity part, you know, charging and all that. But they also did say, hey, you know, where did you get this battery from? And I'm like, yeah, you know, like this guy, because you know, the battery we have, like the kinds of batteries we have, they have like labels on the side of like the brand, when it was made, like, you know, ID numbers and whatnot. The battery currently in your car has like nothing on it. It's just totally blank. There's like no information. And we're not saying that, you know, the battery is necessarily like bad, but if you're able to ask that person for like a warranty, like if you're able to get, you know, your money back, that's what we recommend. And so I'm like, hey, quick question, would you guys be able to replace my battery? And they're like, oh yeah, sure, we can do that. And so they replaced my battery as well. And even though it did hoit a bit, having to order like a lift to get to that place, but it was so hot on Thursday. I'm like, my friend was able to, you know, drive me there to drop off the keys and drive me back. It was so hot, I'm like, I'm not gonna put you through that again. I'm just gonna Uber over there, because at least then I don't have to suffer. But I got the car back, and everything's in tip-top shape, and the guy who sold me the first battery is currently ghosting me. So I will be contacting Progressive, even though this is a third-party contractor, so he doesn't work for Progressive exactly, but he still is employed by the company that Progressive works with to send out for roadside assistance. And so if I can get compensated or like something, if I can even just give feedback, I think that'd be cool. Because I am extremely dissatisfied with my service. And also, like, I was asking the people at the car place, like, do you know what he meant by the, can't drive it for, if you don't drive it for like 2 days, it's just not gonna work? And the guy at the car place was trying to be like, well, he might not be wrong, like, like there might be circumstances, and I think he was trying to be nice, but I was trying to get an answer like, yo, fuck that guy. I was trying to get him to agree with me, which admittedly might not be his jurisdiction, but still. So yeah, that's kind of what I've been going through this week. And do they let you talk to Flo? No, unfortunately. I think you have to, your car has to go to car heaven for you to talk to the Archangel Flo of Progressive. But yeah, that's the kind of week I've had. Specifically that, oh my god, when I think back on it, I'm like, yeah, that second half of the week was especially brutal. But also, like, that first half was also brutal. I just had a brutal week altogether. And thank goodness, even though, Safi, I agree that owning a car and having it suddenly not working is a very much just the perils of car ownership, because the car itself is such a necessary, it's like your phone, if you suddenly lost your phone, it's not just, oh, my apps, my games, it's also like everything that requires a phone to log in, like two-factor, like phone numbers, like bank shit. It's like you don't think it's like vital to you, but it's just, you don't want that shit to stop working all of a sudden. And especially with the car being, a means of going to your workplace. And I am fortunate that because I work in the library system and calling out due to like sudden emergencies, they're pretty flexible about it. Like, God forbid I work for a company where I call out and they're like, but what did she mean by that? Yeah, I'm very fortunate to be where I am, and even though I did pay about 1.5k for the battery and transistor, at the very least, I don't have to worry about my car suddenly running out of battery and just not working for some reason. I also bought one of those neat things where instead of having to have your car jump started by another car, there's like a battery pack you can buy that has the cable clippings on it, so that like if you charge it up, you can use that itself to jumpstart the car. And so I am equipped in the future if I do need to jumpstart the car. So, we live and learn. We learn. I guess also this week there was the hot weather and the poison smoke, so maybe just like a lot of things have been happening. So yeah, it's been a thing. So anyway, so today I have actually sketched up something that I want to work on comic-wise. And it's very simple, so I actually don't doubt it might be done by the end of the stream. But if you guys wonder what the thought process is behind what comics to make next, a lot of the times it's like I go to character pages and think which characters don't have a lot of official art, quote unquote, and that's why the one that I made today was a Mililani comic, because actually the only Mililani official art I have are the comics. So I'm just gonna add another one so he has more content. And I thought of moving on to other main characters, but I thought it would be nice to sort of linger a little bit on the main four, and we haven't seen Adam for a bit, so I thought it'd be nice to make a little flashback comic for him, especially his little kid self, which the nice thing about having, flashback designs, quote unquote, is that they don't have like official designs. I can design looks for them, and the outfits aren't like it's their official outfit. It's just a casual outfit for. Way, I just had the idea of a very young Adam with the baby. It's also why I looked up newborn clothes, a reference I do not look up very often. But I am determined not to be one of those artists who draws babies like adults but with bigger heads and smaller bodies. You know, like the kind of people who draw adults like. I don't know why I drew that. Anyway, let's like start. It's also a fun game seeing how long it takes until people notice I would say quote unquote major update, like having a new character page be added, right, is sort of major. So I'm glad that it was caught, like maybe like after I put it up. Believe it or not, when I was at work, I was like, you know, usually I work on like web stuff, but I haven't actually worked on like a page in a bit. And technically they're slightly more important, so I should probably work on one. Which obviously includes the very fun detail of making up 15 anecdotes for a character that I just made up. That was fun. Adam's young outfit here is partially inspired by the kind of clothes my brother and I wore when we were younger, which consisted of polo shirts. There's like a lot of polo shirts. I don't know why. Probably because they looked very, you know, they looked like, I mean, I never went to schools where they gave us uniforms, but this was probably the closest for us to dress like, you know, academic little children, maybe. When I think back on my... Have you heard the Mr. Jumbo song? I'm glad that is your titular takeaway from that song. Sorry. Even though I knew exactly what you were talking about by that description. Yes, I have seen Kyle Gordon's new Summer Smash hit where he parodies the, you know, specifically kind of Pan-African style white man goes somewhere to learn about, you know, how they do things over there, and wow, they're so in touch with nature and the culture, wow. And I still don't think it's as good as Planet of the Bass because I just have a specific fondness for the ridiculousness of Europop. But I do think Unk has still got it. And I appreciate that it has blown up online. Because that's what he deserved. Is that not what it's called? Is it called Mr. Jumbo? It can't be, right? I mean, to be fair, whenever he posts songs, it's never like the song itself. So, hold on. Okay, it is called literally Mr. Jumbo. Okay, I apologize. I I thought it just calling it Mr. Jumbo would be like a super reductive, you know, summation of it. But you know what? It does fit in with the thesis of the song. So yeah, fuck it. It's called Mr. Jumbo. And he actually went to Africa for it, which good for him, I guess. I also appreciate that in contrast to the thumbnail for the Planet of the Bass, this one's actually in widescreen. It's an art, really. Parody song. Yeah, there's lots of layers to the Kyle Gordon song. I love this hasn't been confirmed, but I love the theory that the song, it wasn't, you know, I'm going to make a song parody, and so, you know, I'm gonna do the work to go out and travel and get all these candid videos of animals. It's, I want to go here, and in order to justify it, I'm going to make a song like parodying this kind of genre. That's my favorite conspiracy theory, because, I mean, no doubtedly Kyle Gordon is a very talented person, but it must be fun as fuck to be like, dude, a giraffe. Hey, Safi, request. What the? What the? Safi. There isn't even a moon jelly in this video. It's just blue. It's just blue. They tricked me twice. How could they? You know that Twitter post that's like, Kanye is gonna release an album one day that's just blank, and his followers are gonna be, wait, I hear it! That's me with the jellyfish in this video. Wait, I see that! That's my favorite tweet, by the way, because it's such a good example of, like, the potential manslander of fans being delusional and going, but, like, just imagine it, though. The Emperor No Clothes, yeah. Alright, I haven't seen a single jelly in a lot of seconds. I gotta go back to this. I'm sorry, this is an edited video, so oh my god, look at it, Seal! Look at it! Dude, I thought those were sardines in a can for a second. Oh my god. Dude, maybe it's fitting that this video is playing when I'm drawing little toddler babies because they kind of are shaped like that. Just little fat things lounging around. I have no legit requests. Only Paul Simon on the brain now. Nice. I just realized, like I'm not particularly familiar with Paul Simon the artist, though I don't doubt that if I, hear one of his songs, I'll be like, oh, it's that song, I have a very particular kind of, music blindness or song blindness where I'll recognize a lot of songs and melodies, but I'll have absolutely no, title or artist attached to them. Probably the closest song I know that fits, the genre that Gordon is parodying is probably the classic Toto Africa, and it's like a good song. I mean, I can't speak to the, cultural sensitivity of it, but he's blessing the rains down in Africa. Everyone say you're welcome to. My dad introduced me to the memory is intertwined and it's very annoying. Aww. These are like big sardines in a way. Look at him peeking out. I love that so much of this is slowed down because it's such a vibe. Oh my god, it's the Loch Ness Monster. Watch out, he's coming out. Hungry. Oh, We Are the World. Yes, I do know that one. We are the world. We are the children. That's all I know. I haven't actually made an effort to listen to the full songs because it is not a genre that passes by me very often. Alright. Thang attempts to draw a cherubic in for me? Very new. Babies usually wear when I look at baby clothes, why are so many of their ears covered? Bro, they need those to hear. Oh, whatever. I'll make it accurate. The nice thing about this, I don't have to think too hard about. It's pretty much just do it and you go. Ears get cold. Oh, that makes sense. Alright, now let me look up what Seal and Sky look like. Not that they have like a strong resemblance to, this, but just so I know approximately. Where I should put their. Like super baby hair, that's whiskey. Happened to my good friend Espela Khan. You have one of those parents that would lie to you about all the horrible stuff that would happen if you didn't do what. My parents did not catastrophize as punishment. No. I feel like it was more so implied. You know, the consequences, capital C consequences. You know, it was like, if you don't do your work, you know, your schoolwork, and you're not gonna go to a good college, which means bad future, which means you die. And I'm like, fuck, can't have that. Guy, of course, has one of those headbands that people make baby. They're a girl. Oh, but the bow is actually a little bit fitting. We ball. I just amplified the fear in my head naturally. That sounds like something diagnosable. Just a hunch. Your audio is cutting out now and then. What the hell? I did see my audio like not spike, but like the opposite of that. Hold on. Okay. I think there's something about the properties of it. Where, you know, like one of those things where if it's the noise gate. I think it's something like that. So the closed threshold, I'm gonna pump it up, and the open threshold, but down. Hello. Does it sound better? I basically adjusted the threshold for when it detects what to record. So hopefully that should be good. Let me know if I'm cutting off at any other time, and I'll try to keep adjusting it. But yeah, my mic settings have been interesting these days. I may need to get a new mic because every now and then I use this mic to listen to stuff as well, because I put in my headphones in, and a couple times this week it just had an error connecting, so I would just have to unplug it and plug it back in. And it happened several times before I started streaming, so I was like, God, I hope I don't have to troubleshoot that during stream. But anyway. Yeah. New mic might be on the menu, boys. Just another, maybe if I can hold out until next month, because I've been spending too much. Not on things I can control, mind you, just you know, life situations. So it'd be nice if the universe could go a little easy on me and permit me to hold on to some of my savings for a change. I should probably draw like an actual outfit for them. I know a lot of people put babies in onesies, but I've heard some accounts from new parents where they're like, dude, fuck anything that has buttons on them, because actually getting the baby to wear it and like button them up for it is like a nightmare. So maybe to maybe to actually, make this historically accurate, I should give them an outfit that has buttons on them. You know, classic old generation doing something that is not ideal, but that's what we did in the old days. Okay, and so then I will be vague posting about this because I have joked a bit with people, not like, how do I put this? Okay. I have joked about doing a Gooseworks quote unquote and clarifying certain things, and I have not actually done such a thing because, again, joke, but it is funny sometimes when I see people. This doesn't necessarily even have to do with something recently, just in general, like sometimes in the past, sometimes in the present, that when it comes to like Chromosynth, sometimes I'll see interpretations that are like absolutely spot on, and sometimes I'll see ones where I'm like, so it appears that even though I thought it was super clear, it is not actually. And again, I don't, unless it is something that they are asking me that's like, is this a mistake on the website? Then that's the only ones I really answer. Like, for example, when Philip's page came out, someone, I think it was maybe either Inkali or Goose, asked, did you miss a letter in the trivia? And I double checked. I made sure to double check, and then I went, nope. And I think that's a fine, like, word of God thing to clarify. However, word of God thing to clarify what that actually means? Nah. There's a level of disconnect that you have to give to people. Not only because, something, it strengthens the art if people are able to, experience it for themselves. But also, it's just more fun that way, I think. Sometimes, for certain things, it can be nice to have something explained to you, but I feel like for the most part, a lot of what interacting with things as a fan, what makes it so much fun, is what you can derive from it. Either with, a clear-cut answer, or just an interpretation of what it means. Even if there is no specific meaning, or just like what meaning you can get out of it. I'm going to try to... Okay, I have found a good fitting cloth for Seal, so... It'll go over great telling their fan their interpretation is wrong and they're a dumbass. Not quite what I said, and also pretty extreme hypothetical scenario, sorry, but I will say that sometimes I do see creators try to steer fans in the right direction, and I don't blame them for that desire, because if you're in, if you have a good amount of following and you see like a lot of people going down like a specific interpretation, then I can understand the idea of stepping in and going, hey, wasn't trying to do X, Y, and Z, and I know you were joking, sorry. I just think that the style of me talking about something and then you joking in a deep escalation of it is not a way I'd like to approach a topic like this. Even if it is a joke. I just don't find it personally productive. But anyway, yeah, I don't blame the creator's instinct to, direct people down the right path. Especially if the creator acknowledges that, maybe they could have been clearer. And escalation is your kind of comedy. I don't mean to put you on the spot, sorry, but I have noticed that every now and then you do escalate in a way that's like, I'm saying something and you're like, isn't that racist? Isn't that sexist? And I'm like, I don't think you should be saying that, white boy. Not to me. Like, I mean, no offense to you specifically, but I think you should be a little more careful about the kind of comedy you say to certain people. Again, this isn't like a specific call out to you. I'm just saying. Anyway, so focus on the babies and the seals. Anyway, yeah, sometimes I do see interpretations that are just it's an interesting dichotomy, because sometimes I'll feel like disappointed when someone interprets something correctly, because I'm like, oh dang it, I thought it would have taken, them longer, and I thought they would have taken a bit to figure it out. And it's a weird, hurdle to it's a tightrope to walk, where it's like you're trying to find satisfaction over people solving your thing, but also you don't want them to get it too wrong, but also you don't want to get them to understand it right away, so they're almost like spoiled too quickly. I feel like maybe that's how Toby Fox feels whenever someone just like shitposts the ending of Deltarune or like a chapter that hasn't come out yet, and they just nail it on the ball. That's you properly doing your job. That's true. I think this is a separate subject, by the way. The Scott Cawthon method of, oh, people have figured out where I'm going? Well, my main goal as an artist is to shock and surprise. So let me switch up the way I do things so I can properly, catch them off guard. Which, may not often lead to the best story in the end, because you're just changing shit based off of what people have been able to, correctly deduce from what you've set up. That's a whole other thing. And believe me, I think that mentality of, people are able to guess something, so let's switch it up so we make it a surprise rather than something that has been naturally built up. I feel like I've seen that happen just in the 2010s in general, and it is unfortunate, the idea of hype overriding just the build-up of a natural story and all that. It can suck a bit for people to get it too quickly, but without you putting all the good clues out there. But it's also really cool to see people figure out something without as many hints. Yeah, it's also... I've said this before, but being someone who makes something on this scale, and when I mean this scale, I mean like there's a lot of things in Chromosynth to look at. Sometimes I have to step back and go like, oh, people aren't in my brain. People, it's not, everything is not obvious to other people because they don't know. And so it's given me a new perspective on, it's so interesting how being an artist can change your perspective on how you look at art and consume art and analyze art. Because I'll look at some Toby Fox stuff and go, what did he mean by this? What did he mean by this? Even though I'm sure for certain things, he's like, how are people not getting this? I am spelling it out for y'all. But because, like, you're not in the creator's head, there's always this, you know, benefit of the doubt of, but could it be not that? Like, that kind of general, like, unless it is spelled out for me in the most, you know, obvious clear-cut detail, you're never totally sure. That's it's so interesting looking at something like that. Yes, I am drawing this much detail for little babies. Why not? I am very much in the camp of external comments by the author aren't necessarily the end-all be-all. Interesting! Do you mean that in the case of external comments shouldn't be, like, do you mean it in, like, kind of the J.K. Rowling way, in which if something is said not in the text itself, it shouldn't be counted as with the same kind of gospel as the text, because it can often be used to, like, shoehorn in ideas that weren't properly explored in the text? Because if you mean it in that way, I totally agree. But if you consider comments like, if someone asks, hey, like, a clarifying question and they meant, like, oh yeah, I totally meant this, and it's maybe a little more genuine than a J.K. Rowling, I wouldn't totally write it off, though I will say that nowadays, I think it's easier to be more cynical about a creator needing to clarify rather than, you know, letting the art speak for itself. You know, because back in the day, when it came to something I'm familiar with, representation, the idea that a character can be confirmed something outside the text was like, whoa, diversity win, whoa, whatever. And now it's just like, you can do better than that, bro. And I don't blame people for cheering for the diversity win back in the day, but I also really don't blame people for wanting better stuff nowadays. And I don't know. I don't think creators should never answer questions and say stuff about their intentions and stuff. I will, you know, to quoteth the Safi, I will put on my nuance cap and say that it really do depend, you know. I feel like I'm drawing Nancy or some comic character with the way I'm drawing Sky's hair. All right, let me find a nice baby outfit for Sky. This is the most babies I've ever seen in my life. Okay, which one do I pick? Okay. Okay, I think I sort of have one. It's like a very simple long sleeve. I wouldn't say write it off, just treat it the same as anyone else's interpretation. Interesting! That's such an interesting viewpoint, underscore. The only difference is that you can expect the writer has a really deep understanding of your own work, but even that doesn't necessarily make the word of God absolutes. Their intentions are the only thing they can say. Interesting! Now we're talking about separating the art from the artists. Now we're talking about, you know, the philosophical inquiry of when the art is, you know, public and published, it becomes almost like a separate entity from the artist and all that. So that's such an interesting discussion, I find. Again, nuance hat. I don't think anyone here believes it's totally black and white of like, fuck the author or the author is God. But I think that is a really interesting gray area to explore. Especially since, underscore, from my perspective, I'm a little bit more generous in which, yes, I do ultimately see it as the author's intentions more than anything. And, you know, like, if the creator makes something with that intention and they clarify it, that doesn't necessarily change the execution of it. Yes, it mostly just elucidates what they were intending. And if you look at it from a critical lens, that should definitely be part of how you take it, but it shouldn't, you know, it shouldn't be all of it. Something can have absolute, I know there's like certain pieces of art, like we're talking about like trans stuff, but like there's art where I don't know. There's a story where a girl faces misogyny in society, and so she pretends to be a boy so she can escape the ramifications of misogyny. Now you can say that the author is like, hey, my intentions were to highlight, you know, she is not doing this the intention was not to illustrate the journey of gender experimentation. It was like the wearing masculinity as a kind of female empowerment away from femininity. Like, they can say that, but depending on what the execution is, one could absolutely read it as just an incidental, like a trans metaphor, even if the initial intention is one other way. And I'm sure there's like some examples, and I will say there are some examples where I think like Mulan, for example, the original intention, I don't want trans people to think they can't like anyone can empathize with stories like Mulan and all that. But I will say the root of the story itself is fundamentally about misogyny. You can absolutely make your own take about, you know, Mulan exploring her gender, maybe like a kind of like non-binary situation, but the original intention of the story is like a kind of a commentary on like a woman's place in society. And I think that's one of those things where, like, obviously the author in this case is it's an old like folk tale. There is no one specific author we can talk to, but the intention of that art should definitely be considered, especially since it can be easy to look at a story with a modern lens and think, oh, this was obviously like a something thing. But, you know, sometimes it's also good to look at it with the context of what they were intending back then as well, especially if it's like a really old story. You know? Dude, I love talking about art. This is the stuff. We have certainly had this discussion before. I feel like we've maybe had the discussion about the classic, you know, Danganronpa persona, like, gender thing, in like how it was done poorly for the most part. I don't think we've had a discussion about specifically authorial intention versus the actual execution of the work. Specifically. It's just an example in this discussion because it is a very, I would say, a modern topic that comes up in fandom. It's crazy J.K. Rowling wrote a story about a young, sensitive boy growing once he met people like him, and then she turned out like that. Yeah, and also, like, when he grows up, he basically joins the wizard police force. Isn't that cool? Like, the idea of a young kid who is, you know, it's a classic, like, conservative narrative when you think about it, of, like, an unjust system, but it's, like, it's not the system, it's, like, these specific evil people, and once we get rid of those people, you know, continue to uphold the system, then good for everyone. You know? I'm so glad I never really got into Harry Potter. I would say that, you know, that's an opinion you're absolutely, you know, you can hold that. But I was into Harry Potter for a bit, and I don't regret being into it. You can look back and really analyze something that you used to love and go, wow, even though there's this, you know, seemingly liberal and progressive narrative, the actual undertones of it, once the series is done, is actually really conservative. You can have that retrospective and still enjoy the actual experience it gave you. Like, liking Harry Potter is not equivalent to, like, having a Nazi phase. It's a very, I'm not gonna glaze the series by any means and be like, if you weren't into Harry Potter, you know what we're talking about. Like, it wasn't like that good. But it was a cultural phenomenon for a reason, you know. Listen, I'm not saying you should be into Harry Potter in this day and age. No, absolutely not. But I feel like with the retrospective, it's easy to have that, you know, well, we should have seen how regressive it is. But when the series was ongoing, it's when anything is ongoing and not finished, and also you don't know a lot about the author, it's easy to have the benefit of the doubt and laud its more quote-unquote progressive ideas rather than actually deal with the reality that the author might not have the best intentions or be a good person. Like, who is it? What was it? Neil Gaiman, the guy who's like a fucking creep. Neil Gaiman allegations. Yes, Neil Gaiman's sexual assault allegation. See, in retrospect, yes, he's a fucking creep, and I won't, like, you know, be like, hey, check out his stuff. But I fucking love Coraline, bro. Coraline is awesome, and I don't regret enjoying Coraline. I think the difference between separating the art and the artist is that unless the art is like very, very how how do I even get into this? Neil Gaiman? Is it Gaimon? Why am I saying his name like he's a Digimon? Hold on, because what? Neil Gaimon, dude, Gaimon, Digivolve. Okay, maybe it is Neil Gaiman. I'm sorry. I'm sorry I grew up knowing so many people's names through reading them through headlines and not actually hearing them because I like to read. But anyway. Yeah. I'm personally glad I never got into it. It would suck for me to know something I cared about was ended up being made. I understand that. I think like having that personal journey of being a fan of something and then realizing that both the creator and the core of the series is just kind of like sour is definitely a it's something that you kind of learn to get through, I'd say. I feel like Harry Potter is probably the biggest example of something like this. But like specifically when it comes to fandom stuff. But yeah, it ain't easy. But part of growing up, I think, especially if you are active in fandom spaces, is being able to distinguish and also let go of the kind of fervent defense nature you can get when something you like is criticized for a valid reason, aka the creator is like particularly shitty. Oh yeah, the Attack on Titan creator. What did he think about Korean people? Pray tell. Anyone know? Anyone want to raise their hands and just let me know what he thought about Korean people and exactly like what the, you know, the Japanese occupation of Korea, like what that really, you know, like the benefits of that on the Korean people? Yeah, it is so, I mean, it's not actually fun by any means, but it is like in a bubble so wild to look at the Japanese hatred for Koreans in a cultural sense, so much so that in the Yakuza games, secret Korean is a real like plot line where it's like one of these characters is disguising themselves in order to not be detected as one of those fucking nasty Koreans. And it's just wow. I'm not gonna pull the, you know, we're brothers card too often, but y'all have no excuse to hate that much on people who are not that different from y'all, I'm not gonna lie. Don't ask who Oda. Oh my god, wait, Aichiro Oda? The man who has very normal views on women and very normal people he supports despite being oh man, I don't even want to get into it because I don't want to say like the wrong words, but yeah. Like listen, Aichiro Oda is one of those people where I will acknowledge that One Piece is very, very good in certain things, and I don't blame people for seeing One Piece as one of those, like, revolutionary, like, masterpieces, because fundamentally the story is about, like, anti-government and, like, free thinking and all that. But, like, let's not... Like, there's a reason why there has been people saying online, you know, once One Piece is over, like, we gotta kill this man. Like, we can't, we've let him get away with this for so long. Like, once he's showed us it all, like, we gotta murk that guy. And I'm like, yeah, absolutely deserved. And of course, I have to draw the little upper part. Oh, speaking of covers, fuck it. I forgot my fucking laundry. I have to take it out of the washer and dryer. I'm gonna try to remember to do that in the middle of stream, which I'm sure will be riveting. He made a very sexy trans mask character in One Piece. Dude, diversity win! Oh my god, look at this seal! Dude, this is a serotonin machine, man. I could be talking about some truly heinous people, and then I look to the side, it's a freaking seal, bro. That's what's up. They're so beautiful. Yeah. I guess they do have, like, the tooth... What are you looking at? What are you looking at down there? Oh, they're so majestic. It's kind of like when there are parts in Naruto where there are female characters like Sakura who truly get like great moments and just visually given love in a way that is awesome, in a way that I will forever slander the My Hero Academia guy for, because that man cannot be normal about teenagers. Meanwhile, Masashi Kishimoto at least, you know, can be a more normal about teenagers. Not great, by the way. Still filled with misogyny and just the inability to actually separate the girlness from the character. But, you know, I can still look at Naruto and go, there were some pretty good moments in that series. And I'm happy that I got to know it, because as an artist, he's actually quite talented. As with most mangaka. Okay, I think that's good for the baby. So now, let's go out here. I'd like to think I'm getting better at drawing, like, freestyling straight lines because of how the way I draw speech bubbles is just kind of freehanding. This is not true, though. I'm still not great. Okay. Did my brush get less thick? Did I accidentally alter a brush setting without looking? I think I'm okay. Huh. Weird. Weird, dude. You're weird. That's a Vine, I think? Or a TikTok? That used to be a vocal stem for me a bit ago. Maybe it's the way I'm holding my pen. The best way to consume Naruto is through the Ninja Storm video games. Ooh, to be fair, I did have a Naruto DS game. What is it, like Path of Ninja 3, was it? Naruto Path of Ninja or something. But yeah, it was kind of sick, bro. I was a big Game Boy DS just bullshit games for whatever shows I liked. Because I didn't have cable, so that's probably the best way I could engage in some of those stuff. I had a Naruto GBA game. Dude, I remember, I don't know if y'all know Peak, but Bubble Bowl was one of my favorite animes growing up, specifically the English dub, because it's one of those dubs that I don't know how 4Kids got access to Bubble Bowl, because in retrospect, it's a lot more inappropriate than you think, but yeah, the English dub, they really just nailed it and put their own spin on it. And I remember them advertising some kind of Bobo GBA game, and I wanted it so bad, but obviously they're not. I think there was only a Japanese version, so I was devastated. Plus, I think the only way I had access to new games back then is to get them at GameStop, and y'all know me plus my family did not have that video game money, so that's the best I could do. Dude, economy aside, I feel like I kind of take for granted how much money I have now compared to when I was younger. Because I could only dream of walking into a GameStop and walking out with anything. When I was a kid, I would just go in there and stare longingly at the games. As if I was a starving child looking on Christmas Eve at the family window where they're cutting open a rotisserie chicken. Like, man, I was starving back then. Okay, so what I'm gonna do is, because this is basically the same exact angle in a slightly different pose, I'm going to copy it so I have a reference for what it looks like here. I'm actually gonna move this also like a little bit more there. Then so it's gonna be like about this much. But then I'll just redraw it. Paul Simon, let's go. All right, get away, you fat wet seals. It's time for the white man of the day. Get out of here, you fat fox. 50 Ways to Leave Your Lover. Dude, also, look at the shape of this guy. I was gonna say men don't look like this anymore, but men absolutely still look like this. When I say it like I mean it, it's when I see those pictures where men were wearing crop tops and booty shorts. Where have all the good men gone, indeed? So, which country in Africa is he in this one? The magic of having employment. The magic of having disposable income, honestly. You know him from Simon and Garfunkel. Oh, I do know. Wait! Paul Simon is the Simon from Simon and Garfunkel? I didn't know this. I thought they were always a pair. Do not separate them. I didn't know that. Wait. Paul, my man, where have you been? I love Simon and Garfunkel. Again, I don't know Paul. I cannot emphasize enough that I can recognize things, but you know, if you ask me a question, I don't think I could have an answer. This comic is really cute. Thank you, Goose. It's meant to be one of those comics that is like a flashback where it's kind of it's a nice comic, but it's also just kind of sad, which is what a lot of thoughts about the past can be. Hop on the bus, Gus. You don't need to discuss much. Just drop off the key, leave, and get yourself free. White boy, save me, white boy. Help me, white boy. Something I could do to make you smile again. I said I appreciate that. And would you please explain about the 50 ways? Simon of Garfunkel fame. Dude. Next you're gonna tell me that Tally Hall is the Hall of Hall & Oates, bro. That'd be crazy. Because I'd be like, wait a minute. This whole time, brother, they got me. I had no idea. You just slip out the back, Jack. Make a new plan, Stan. You don't need to be coy, Roy. Just get yourself free. Or you hop on the bus, Gus. You don't need to discuss much. Just drop off the key, leave, and get yourself free. Slip out the back, Jack. Make a new plan, Stan. You don't need to be coy, Roy. You just listen to me. Who are all these people that Simon is naming? Has anyone ever looked into this? Just drop off the key, leave, and get yourself free. Hey, new user in the r/Simon from Simon and Garfunkel fame subreddit. Does anyone know all the people that he's naming in 50 Ways to Leave Your Lover? Moderator response, yeah, I guess you've looked at every one of our rules and decided to break every one of them. Dumbass. Banned. No, that's John Hall and Paul Oates? No way that's their actual names. No way. Like John and Paul from the Bible? Come on, man. You're not getting me that easily. Oh, it's how you leave your lover. Oh, close the thread. We've got it, boys. It's a song about explaining to your wife how you're going to leave the woman you're cheating on her with. Oh, that's fun. So I've been intentionally hiding the text content of this strip because, like I said, it's not exactly mirthful. So I didn't want to leave y'all with the sad part upright. So at the very least, you could start with with babies first, so it's like nice, and then we get into the other part. It's fun writing characters that have in some ways, almost the opposite experiences to me. Like, Adam is, like, obviously this is about witnessing the birth of your younger siblings. Me, the younger sibling, has never experienced this, but it's always fun to kind of explore what one would go through in that situation. That's the kind of beautiful thing about art, specifically narrative art, is that you can explore perspectives you've never been in yourself, but you can still find ways to understand and empathize with them. Or sympathize, I suppose. That's the correct word to use there. This is my nuance hat part 2! You hate biblical names? Sorry. Is your name fucking Xander or something? Because biblical names are names that aren't just, you know, names from the Bible. They're also just some of the oldest Western Abrahamic names in human history. That's like saying, I hate fictional names. Like, that could be anything. That could be Legolas. That could be Bobathan. It could be so many things. I mean, you know, whenever I, like, have this counter-argument against an opinion people have, don't confuse it for being like, fuck you for having this opinion. But I'm always just so curious about the opinions that I've never heard before. Also, not you saying you hate biblical names when we have Adam Bible right in front of us. Brother, what did he do? I'm kidding. I feel like my pen thickness is not as strong as it was before, because these lines are feeling really thin for some reason, which is not necessarily a bad thing. But for these comics, I try to give them kind of like stylized, thicker outlines. So I kind of have to go over them once more. I need to count everyone in Chroma Smith with biblical names? Well, if you're counting, I just realized, now that Philip's up, we only have 3 side characters left. So that's 64. Nice number, actually. I don't know if you're counting, like, all the characters on the cast page or like every mention, because that's gonna be crazy. I mean, I guess if you want to look for the main biblical names, you may look for the characters that are literally, you know, religion oriented, but otherwise you're gonna find a few, especially since I actually like simple names, even though there are certain characters who are named fucking Maximilian and Stefani and some shit. but there are in fact some names that I choose because a name's simplicity can be for its benefit. It can make them memorable, in fact. Like, yes, I could have named Matt fucking Marcus with a CK. Not C or K, but Marcus. Like, I could have made him that, and the pun is that there's cuss in his name, cause get it? He like, but no. I just named him Matt cause it's simple and it works. Does Christianity exist in Chromosynth? Yes. Pretty much, the world of Chromosynth is not a world that overrides the religions that we have in our world. Yes, there is kind of like a fantastical color deity element of it, but it's meant to coexist with the kinds of religion we have now, rather than replace it. So there are still people who are like, you know, the church still exists, there are still religious states and all that. This was mostly done so I can explore religion in characters and also not have to make up a whole alternate history, which some people make, you know, non-human fantasy worlds, but then have to make their fantasy logic internally coherent by saying, okay, so they can't say oh my god, and they also, like, if there's no concept of religion, so they can't do that, but also, like, certain words are embedded in certain human cultural things. So if you want to make an alien race, you're gonna have to, like, okay, how does that make sense? And I can't do that, y'all. I have to make my world very similar to what we have now, otherwise I'm going to go insane with the world building implications. And I'm already not good at world building. Like, don't put me in the ringer. Okay. Alright, so I think we can start coloring. How excellent, yeah. This is a very simple comic. It's basically a classic 4 panels, but I do my Sang-Sangled wizardry by trying to make the panels different sizes and shapes, so it's at least a little interesting to look at. It's a personal challenge of mine, actually, even though these are technically the classic 4 coma style, to avoid making comics that are just this, where they're the exact same size and shape, because I think it's a lot more interesting visually to read when they are, you know, asymmetrical. His full name is Matthew, not now Matthias. Safi, I hate to disappoint you, but Corona calling him Matthias was meant to be a joke because his name was never Matthias. Like, Corona's just calling him that, and it's wrong. Maybe sometime in the distant past, his full name was Matthias, but I feel like that was changed, like, a while ago. Adam, Shiloh, Isaac, Philip, Matthew, Michael, and I will count Gabrielle and Grace. I like how you say I will count Gabrielle and Grace. As if Gabrielle isn't one of the most, like, this is a character that probably carries a Bible with them and some shit. I swear I didn't even know that about Corona. I'm being gaslit, no! Dude, creator third eye move, not like revealing stuff about your characters, but specifically like retconning them in a way that you're gaslighting anyone who thought it was the previous thing. Wait, you thought Corona was like a coral color? What? Why would you even think that? Why would their color be coral? That's such a weird decision. No. This is an example of gaslighting. which you could also claim to be a Gooseworks thing, because funnily enough, Gooseworks love just... I feel like a lot of their responses are just lies, which I can respect to a certain extent, but I try to be a bit more forthcoming, if at all, whenever I talk about Chromas and stuff. There's no character in the Bible named Gabrielle. Alright, wise guy. I'm talking about, like, you know, when we talk about biblical names, I'm pretty sure, you know, names in which you go to behind the name and it says this is a spin-off version of this name, which is biblical. I'm sure that counts. Alright. Like, the full meaning of the name can only be found when you go to the original name. And if the original name is biblical, I count it, alright? Like, even if you spell Gabrielle with a Z in it, it's still biblical. Because the intention is biblical. Wait a minute, but I should be separating the creator from the execution. Fuck. Where... Whoa. What was that? I just saw something flying across the screen. What was that? Hold on. Did you guys see that? Was there something in that seal video? I swear to God, I saw something like a black mass flying across the screen. Am I? Sometimes I am delusional because I will see things moving in the corner of my eye, which may be kind of an anxiety thing, and then I'll look and there's nothing there. I thought I saw something too. Like, I'm not crazy, right? Hold on, let's go back a bit. Okay, it was specifically this. So, I'm gonna keep you on it a little bit. And I thought I saw something like oh, there we go. Okay, it was the seagull. In the back of my brain, it was just all black. like I don't know what it was, like a demon or something. So now that I'm looking straight at it, it's clearly a seagull. But if it's at the corner of your vision, it's funny how the brain fills in what it doesn't know with stuff. All right. No, don't attack me! Don't attack my... Dude, my character is literally a seal. Why are you going to attack me when, I am literally the best representation we have for seals? That's crazy. Your fields for the World Cup. No, don't pump me into the goal. No, man. If there's anything I'm going to miss about the World Cup, it's the insane sports memes. I will say that as a chronically online person, something that does help me respect a fandom or any just fan community is the quality of its memes. And sports related memes, like sometimes I see some stuff for like basketball, which are pretty alright. The FIFA memes are pretty top-notch, I gotta say. Turns out you can joke a lot about football. I stopped caring when France lost. I mean... It definitely feels less fun nowadays because all the good countries got kicked out, and then it was like colonizer versus, you know, and then it had people like mentally going, all right, so do we root for the colonizer or what? And I did see that it was England versus France today, which is fun, even though it's not a game for like winning. It's for winning the cup. It's kind of like one of those like third round guys. And apparently England was fucking on their A game today. I love that for them. Do I actually? No, I was just saying that automatically, but don't take this as a hardline stance on the English team. I know very little about them. Oh yeah, Mbappe! He's the guy, he's the England guy, right? I've seen people draw fan art of him. maybe I'm out of touch with the, real person fandom stuff, but it is kind of weird seeing people make fan art of real people. I mean, with athletes, it's at least a little bit funny because their career is not contingent on people drawing fan art of them as opposed to like idols and shit, which feels definitely parasocial. And also athletes usually very obviously have their own families, but doesn't still make it a little weird. I mean, listen, I'm human. I can laugh at someone talking about omega pheromones and shit around soccer players because it's clearly not meant to be serious. But once it gets to like dedicated fan art and fan fiction, that's when you've kind of lost me, I'm not gonna lie. Also, I just realized that the legs are not fat enough. They must be fatter. Oh, he's French. Gotcha. Oh, Frenchman English. See what happens. I'm sorry, France. Chubby babies. Chubby babies. Yes. And of course, I am going to get Sky and Seal's palette out. And I actually do like Seal's palette a lot, even though it is basically kind of like Adam's, but colder. But even though Sky's palette looks very different from the two of them, fundamentally they still have the three, shades of blue and the like the yellowish tint at the ends. So they're basically fam. But anyway, I'm gonna take their skin tone as they are now, and then I'm gonna kind of play with it. What the hell? Where did I put that? Oh, I put it on the line layer. Whoopsies. Classic mistake. Okay. And then I think babies are like notably very like pinkish, very fleshy. So I'm going to warm this up a little bit. Make it like something like that. Yeah, I think that's good. A Widow Pinka. And then let's continue coloring in Adam. God, sorry. Every now and then I check back on the seals and they're always just up to some shit. You know how sometimes when you're out and you're not feeling great, but then you see a dog and everything just feels a little better? I'm getting that, but with the seals. And the seals are always accessible, so I've kind of found new tech is what I'm trying to say. I haven't dedicatedly watched Monterey Bay Aquarium stuff in a bit, so maybe this is the sign. Oh my god, look at the flexibility of that one. Beautiful. Dude, I think I retweeted it, but that video of not a seal, mind you, a sea lion. You can tell they're different because a seal is shaped like very orbular, while a sea lion is very sleek and a little thinner. I love videos where sea lions make they make this weird gargling barking noise and then they go I just can't get enough of those videos because I know on a certain level they're trained to do that, but it's so like like the tweet I retweet, like it's like they're cycling through emotes. It's just like they're just going at it all of a sudden, and it's just so endlessly amusing to me. Especially since there's usually no background music, it's just you could just hear the wet slapping of their body and flippers. Oh, that's the stuff, man. This and Alvea's Sanctuary. Dude, I've actually been watching Alvea's Sanctuary videos. Maya is a very, very good, I would say, person to inform people on animal stuff. She very much reminds me of I think this is the kind of career she used to have before she went into streaming, and then she went back into it a little bit by doing virtual stuff. But the kind of, you know, animal researcher slash zookeeper who's very accustomed to explaining stuff to kids and to you know, into a recording. It kind of like reminds me of that. It's adjacent to teachers and librarians where you're interfacing with the public, and so you kind of have to learn which explanations make sense to the passerby. But yeah, she's super sweet, and I love the work they do there, and I love anything that is both informative to the public and also is entertaining and accessible. Love that for them. And also, it's thanks to her that I have gained a newfound appreciation for cockroaches. Because she actually, if you watch the, you know, YouTuber goes to Alvea's Sanctuary, she kind of does a very similar spiel for all of them, which makes sense. There's only so many of them. But she specifically has one about cockroaches where she says that, you know, these are creatures that feed on detritus. So they're not actually the ones causing the disgusting stuff that you associate them with. In fact, they only spawn because they're there to get rid of it. So I'm like, oh, you know what? Like, so many characters, you know, in fiction that are, you know, cockroaches, they're seen as like dirty and like gross, and obviously, you know, encapsulating the filth that we associate with cockroaches. But in actuality, cockroaches are like, you know, people who, they're like garbage collectors. Like they're there to like do their job, and like I said, I've grown a newfound appreciation for them. And I think that people in representation wise in fiction, they should be portrayed more as such. Even though in reality I would not get along with a cockroach because I generally don't get along with things that scuttle, you know? It's just a personal thing. But I can still, you know, in an abstract way be like, y'all are alright. I also think that these side comics being a way to explore flashbacks is particularly useful because the other way to explore flashbacks is through stories, and some of these flashbacks take place like a while ago. Like, Adam is not Adam at this point. You know, he would have a different name and probably a different color, but it's easier to convey that visually than go through the rigmarole of like, all right, what's the initials gonna be, what's the colors gonna be, you know? So many bugs get such a bad reputation and so sad. They've got their own jobs and they're really important for the ecosystem. Listen, I understand the vitriolic hate for, you know, mosquitoes, for example. I wouldn't say that, you know, mosquitoes should be wiped out because fundamentally everything has its own place in the ecosystem, and even the bugs you hate are, you know, their feed for birds or blizzards or other things you may not hate as much. So the ecosystem functions because all of this matters for a reason. With the exception being like invasive species, like, yeah, you can go ahead and obliterate them because they're not supposed to be there and like thrive beyond their place and their capacity. which is why, like, fuck lanternflies and all that. But like, whenever I see, there are certain videos out there, and I won't get too graphic, obviously, but the insect torturing, like, section of video farms, like, I will see them pop up on my dash, and I'm not particularly fazed by it, but there are people in the comments that often go, like, you know, they'll agree that the kind of people who make these are, like, mentally unwell, but also, I feel like, you know, I don't know. What I'm trying to say is that bugs are organisms that deserve respect, even though they are so small. It can be easy to misplace them or believe that they do not have the same autonomy as us. And I say this as someone who can get a little icked out by bugs sometimes. I think it's a perfectly natural feeling to get icked out, in the same way that seeing an animal, like a snake slither, makes you feel a little creeped out because maybe your ancestors a while ago got fucked up by a snake and learned better. But it doesn't mean that, like, your actions should reflect that feeling, you know? Like, I still try to, like, let out bugs that I find in my library. Unfortunately, I live in a high floor on my apartment, so I don't, you know, encounter bugs where I live. But me killing every spotted lanternfly. Yeah. Like, whenever, it's one thing to kill a bug necessarily with the lanternflies, it's another thing to be like, here's me, like, torturing them. It's like, brother, you don't have to do that. It's also, like, a waste of time. It's not efficient, and it's just not, like, cool, bro. So. Fortunately, I haven't... Maybe it's not lanternfly season. I feel like I saw a bunch of them a bit ago, but I haven't seen them for a while. Maybe it's just not the time again. Alright, so now I will go ahead and color in the babies. And I think babies do have lighter hair when they're younger. So I'm going to take this hair and lighten it up a little bit. Like this much. It's definitely lanternfly season? Okay, maybe I'm privileged then to not have encountered them as often. Have you guys seen that fucked up raccoon in Seattle, by the way? I believe the condition prevents it from growing a proper spinal column. And, you know, it's nice that it's managed to live this long, and clearly the only discomfort it is just, you know, being able to flee from predators. It doesn't seem to be, like, actively in pain, but I do agree with some people in that the increased publicity around it is does make me a little nervous because people can be weird about animals. But I have seen that little freak raccoon, and I love that for them. Jimothy! I forgot that's their name! Oh, Jimothy. By the way, if you aren't familiar with Jimothy, so you know, like, how, like, a regular raccoon will, like, look like this? Like, very typical, you know, mammalian body, you know? Raccoon. So Jimothy basically looks like this. Like, I don't know if I can do it justice, but like... He basically looks like that. Like, it's like the whole... Like, he doesn't have a tail, and it's like the whole body has been, like, accordion, like, zipped together. Long-ass legs, tiny-ass body, yeah. Don't they have a nubtail? Oh, I think so. They don't have like a traditionally long raccoon tail. I do think that either it's just nothing or a little nub. I think I've even seen videos of them as like a little baby because Jimothy was known, you know, since before. Babies usually have like matching stuff, so even though I'm personally against having such a limited color palette, I will make an exception because they are babies and they are usually dressed like this, especially for bed. Baby Sue, he looks so cozy. Yeah. I'm a big fan of how people depict Frisk in just a big chunker of a baby. Even though they are probably definitely not a toddler, but I love it when they're depicted as such because it makes their feats all the more impressive. I'm gonna find a good neutral tone for them. There we go. That's good. I lied. I am gonna make a two-toned thing. Cause I'm gonna I'm gonna spruce up these babies and you can't stop me. was looking for Adam's clothes. Like a white polo actually would think pretty nice and neutral. Yeah, I think that's good. Ivy the short spine dog. I think I may have seen that. Just in reference to the Jimothy stuff. It's cute. Okay, so now we will get to coloring in the lines. An interesting sort of challenge I've come across with okay, that's a color that's off. I gotta fix that. An interesting, I would say, relationship dynamic challenge is because I have so many characters that are in a family, aka they have siblings. I've tried my best to distinguish their relationship so they're not all like cookie cutter. I feel like, in general, having a similar, character setup but trying to execute them differently is a thing that I've encountered in general with making Chromosynth. Because I have so many characters, there are going to be like character types that are similar together, but I try to avoid making anything too repetitive, because if it's just going to be the same thing, then why even have it? Why have round 2? So, like, trying to make them different is like a creative challenge in its own right, but it's also kind of a reason to justify its existence, because if you're just gonna have a sibling relationship that's basically the same as the other one, why even have it? So you want to almost justify its inclusion as well, and that extends to just having another character. Like, of course there are gonna be characters with overlaps in personality and demeanor and whatnot, but you want to make them distinct enough for each other, whether in, narrative purpose or relationships or meaning, so that the audience can understand why this character was necessary. And maybe necessary is a strong word, especially since Chromosynth is not the strongest narratively, so you can argue that there is no necessary character besides, like, maybe the 4. But I try to hold myself back when it comes to creating more stuff to fight potential bloating, and so that's why I try to keep in mind the levity, breadth, and diversity of exploring stuff. So yeah, specifically with Adam, having siblings that are like a pretty big age gap is not the newest thing, though it is a bit more, I would say, significant within the main cast. I think Adam is the only character that has such a notable focus on siblings that have such a wide difference in age. And I don't know. I think in one of Seal's stories, it specifically explores the time when Adam was still living with his family, but just about to leave, aka, graduate and get the hell out of there, in which it's kind of that weird disconnect of, I know you're gonna be moving away soon, but I'm not old enough to also be able to follow you, so it's just kind of like oh, you're leaving now. Okay. Again, not something I've experienced myself, but how much older is Adam than his siblings? So, Adam is about in his mid-20s, and Skylar and Seal are about 18. So that would make Adam about, like, 7 years old when they were born. Originally, the Akil twins were going to be much, much younger, like children, but I thought it'd be more interesting to explore them as kind of a technically adult, but still very much child era of their life in their kind of late teens. But a lot of siblings I write are siblings in an age gap that I'm familiar with, which is maybe like 2 or 3 years. Like Tian's sisters, for example, are basically separated by that range. And you can see sort of the difference because I know that there are certain siblings that, because of the age range, it has led to a very different dynamic as opposed to if they were closer, for better or for worse. Like, I know there are some siblings out there who, even though the gap in age maybe sets them up to have, you know, being unable to connect, they still have a strong connection. And there are some siblings who, because they're so close in age, you know, that led to a lot of conflicts and competition and whatnot. There's also a lot of people who I both know and have heard from that have grown up as only children, and that is a specific experience that, you know, growing up an only child is not like a traumatizing experience by any means, but sometimes you can really tell when someone grew up an only child because of certain ways they were taken care of or not growing up. And I find that really interesting. Dude, did another thing fly by? I swear, is this video looping? There it is. There's that motherfucker. See? I saw it in the corner of my eye again, but because I'm used to it, it registered slightly more as a seagull this time, and not a demon blob. I did not mind my only child status at all. Oh, absolutely. Dude, I don't mean to be the siblinger and be the, like, it must have sucked to be an only child. Oh, I don't mean to be that. And I hope I don't come off as condescending. I'm saying this as someone who is talking about different, like, conflicts that you can come across due to your upbringing, and that includes only child and sibling conflicts. Don't think that I am specifically Z-targeting only children as the conflict-driven children. Some of what I love to explore with Chromosynth is messy sibling dynamics. Of course, messy dynamics in general is fun to look at, but specifically sibling dynamics is so interesting to me because it comes with this familiarity of we grew up with each other and we know so much about each other, and there's this kind of weird societal inescapability about family and siblingness that even if you like fucking hated your sibling, there is a non-zero chance you still felt some kind of obligation towards them. I'm not saying this obligation is right, but socially, you know, family is something that is often emphasized as like a bond that never breaks. So it's funny to not funny. It's interesting to explore that in a context of like a messy relationship that, especially in families where it's just the one or the other sibling. So I mean, I've written characters who have like a shit ton of siblings, but I have not had the time and effort to write out every single sibling. And almost, like, accordingly, the characters with that many siblings are usually, like, not particularly focused on them. So. Anyway. Just, like, different kinds of family structures in general, I find very interesting. Especially since I would say I grew up in a very traditional nuclear family structure. Like, you know, I had a mom and a dad and an older brother. So you could argue that my personal experience is very limited, especially since it's a kind of family structure that you see often in media as well. So it's been really interesting as a writer to try to explore things that are beyond that. Especially since I remember when I was little and being like a stupid kid and being like, if you didn't have the type of family that I grew up with, obviously it's gonna lead to trouble, because only if you have, I was actually pretty lucky to have this, and if you don't have it, I can understand why you, like, you know, stuff like that, where you're sort of coping with certain stuff, and so you try to justify it by saying, actually, the way I had my life handed to me was kind of like ideal, and everyone else is hating, or whatever. But then I grew up and I was like, actually, a lot of this was not ideal, actually. I mean, sometimes they're doing their best and they can't help it, but, you know, you probably shouldn't glorify it too much, definitely. Like, oh, speaking of, like, traditional family structures, there was an interesting post I saw where it was a repost of a TikTok where these two BFFs, both women, I believe straight women, which makes sense, were platonically co-raising a child, and there was like a picture of them at Disneyland and all that, and it's very cute. And it opened this broader discussion of, yeah, this is, you know, as quote-unquote strange because, you know, they're not in love with each other, but they're raising a family together. Yeah, decentering romantic love from the idea of family is like a step in the right direction, because it allows people who, you know, this sounds a little crass, but it allows people who actually care about each other to raise kids, and that being the main factor that matters, rather than them being in love with each other, you know? I mean, you can say what you want about the parents being platonic, but then, you know, if it's a situation where they still can develop romantic feelings and they want to date someone, it can lead to a very unconventional, like, home life where, like, okay, so my one mom is seeing someone who is, like, kind of like a stepdad of sorts, I guess. But, like, again, I can see that being difficult, but there's a lot of difficult things about raising a child, so I don't think, you know, if they're going to be raising a child, they're, like, woefully unequipped to handle that. Also, just in general, people being like, yeah, I married my best friend. Like, we are not, like, sloppy making out in love, but I want to be with them for the rest of my life, so we're married. And it's like, yeah, dude, go for it, man. And I hate people going in with, like, you know, they're just repressing their feelings for each other, because it's not always about love, man. And I say that as, the #1 lover of all time. I rip open my shirt and there's a heart with an arrow on it that says mom, like those sailors have in cartoons on tattoos. But, like, I say that as that kind of person. Like, it's not always about romantic love, bro. Sometimes you can be so devoted to a person that you love in the familial / platonic sense that you want to do everything with them, and that's just how it is. And it's not, oh, they were roommates. It's just like, you know, that's just their life. And also, people just talking about real other people like that, like they're people to headcanon and shit, that also wigs me out. Like, you should be more normal talking about real people's lives and all that. I'd much rather have a person or people who are actually willing to care for a child the way they need without any romantic string attached. Yeah, exactly. Do you know how many people have a kid or get married or follow conventional, you know, family dynamics because they feel that that's the only thing they can do? Like, that's the road that is destined for them, like, permanently? like they have no other choice. Do you know, like I've heard horror stories of like I know someone who has like siblings, and so she tells me stories about like her older sister, for example, and her older sister is the kind of person who goes like, yeah, like she's dated someone and now they're married and she's unhappy because he only watches sports, and then she's like, yeah, but I think I want to have a kid with him, and my reaction and her reaction is like, why would you think a kid will fix that? It's gonna, oh my god. Like, some people are just doomed, honestly. And on a certain level, there is this level of like sympathy, I feel, especially for women, because like femininity is a prison, but also it's kind of a prison that you're locking yourself in at a certain point. So, you know, it's rough out there. What I'm trying to say is that she's lucky I'm not her sister, because otherwise I would be much less polite and subtle about how I feel about that situation, as opposed to the friend who told me. I like to shade in the line art a little darker when it's a solid, you know, shape, because I find that it helps distinguish the mass better. What is that? Is that a line colored in weird? Oh, it is a line colored in weird. What is that? Where is that? What the hell? Where's that shape? Oh, oh, it must be on the base layer. Odd. I see. Mystery solved. By the way, speaking of interesting family lives, I don't know if the particularly keen-eyed Chromosynth ones have noticed, but I have made it a point of focus not only to go back on pages, but to also go back on continuing to make playlists for people. So yes, I was able to finish one, and hopefully I can still go in the natural order of things. But yeah, I had a very interesting musical journey today, looking up the stuff I wanted to look up. Because when it comes to a character like Ryujin, it's like, yes, I am making a playlist for a grown-ass woman, so I can't include like teenage rock, like rebel stuff, but it can't not be a little teenage rock rebel stuff. So it's a fine line to walk, because I feel like for other characters, they have either had distinct musical styles, or they're young enough that I can get away with playing like pretty young coded bands. But because Ryujin is like a whole ass grown woman, I've had to balance certain things. By which I mean, I included some songs that are old because they gave me the vibe of old. I know that I'm going to include like at least one Beatles song on Chaesong's playlist because my dad really liked the Beatles, and I'm like, I gotta put one in for him. It's also just hard to find a playlist for find songs that fit Ryujin specifically, because the vibe that she gives off is very like like a car like mechanic lady, very cool. But the actual playlist consists of more personality and backstory stuff rather than you know, the character trope she embodies. So it's been interesting, is what I'm trying to say. But yes, I believe after her is Caspian, so that'll be cool. I'll have to hold myself back from including a bunch of sea shanties, but that will be fun. I don't think I colored in this one. I didn't. Gotcha. By the way, for my Twitter havers, that new Twitter update sort of sucks, doesn't it? Huh? It's funny because it kind of updated while I was on it. So for a sec, I thought I accidentally got myself on Blue Sky because it really the formatting reminds me of Blue Sky a lot. I wonder if they got inspiration from them. But I will say that the separation of retweets from original tweets can lead to both good and bad, I think. Especially for people, like, because people are like, oh hi, Eldritch. What they do? I think the most notable thing is that something about, like, if you follow someone and they retweet something, you won't actually see it unless they specifically quote retweet something. Like, they add something to it. Like, if they just retweet it, like, you as a follower won't see it or something like that. So, like, that's not good for artists because artists go off of retweets. I will say, like, as an artist myself, going onto someone's account and then being able to distinguish between retweets and original posts, that is nice. But also just, like, there's so much, like, questionable decisions that I feel like, I don't know, it just feels clunky to use also. So, oh my gosh, hello Apollo as well. I just realized, yes, Eldridge has a song request, so let us get to it. Away from the beach, into the jam. I've never actually seen Space Jam. Am I missing out? Because before the remake came out, it kind of felt like culturally I was, but then people really quickly changed their minds. They were like, nah, Space Jam, maybe it's not that great. You are not? Alright, cool. I feel like there's a lot of movies I need to watch and just like catch up on. Like, I haven't seen Obsession, I haven't seen The Backrooms, I still haven't seen Project Hail Mary, which is a damn shame because I heard it's pretty good. I also haven't seen, this might sound very strange, I'm morbidly curious about the new Minions movie because I heard that it's actually a goldmine for cinephiles, and as a cinephile myself, I very much appreciate a love letter to film history and culture, so I may give it a try. I highly recommend a Letterboxd account. Do I have a Letterboxd account? I feel like I made one, and then I put some stuff on it, and I kind of neglected it, because whenever I want to talk about film, I feel like I have a better time talking about it either in person live or like a whole essay. making like a quippy, you know, restaurant review, it may be not my style. So I appreciate consuming Northern Lion because he's a walking letterbox man. This is the most I've ever heard of the song Space Jam. Like, I didn't know this were this many different lyrics. Favorite movie from childhood? It's nothing special. Fair. Sometimes you can grow up with something and be like, this is cool. Quality-wise, objectively, nah. Maybe not. But like my own vivid experiences during my adolescence, pretty sweet. Honestly, I can't think of anything particularly sloppy from my childhood that's like on the level of not trashy, but kind of a, you know, it's not great, but it sure was memorable. Because I really grew up on like classic Disney stuff. So, well, thank you for the recommendation. Well, the request, I mean, Eldritch. Oh my gosh, Eldritch has another one. Right when I change it. I don't like this thumbnail.
Log into VR. Where am I?
Wait a minute. Is this okay? So I've recently hopped on to Chasington, who is a YouTuber who like talks about a lot of stuff and also makes plush videos and animated shitposts. I feel like he's mentioned this person, and like I can remember in the back of my head because he was talking about Digital Circus stuff or like fan nerdcore stuff, and one of them was just featured real ass people for some reason. I think this might have been it because it has a couple million views. But all right, it might be peak.
I can't take this headset off. Get me out of the Digital Circus! Yes! My shoes now turn clown shoes. This is not what I choose. Where is the exit?
That's the King of Norway? Okay.
Now I am digital. It feels like I'm in bathroom stall. Maybe true. Wait, who are you? I'm John. Digital food, not in the mood. I do not even have my favorite shoe. Floor says Freddy. Is King gonna get me? Door is jammed. Wait, I'm
You know,
mad.
I don't know if they made this song out of a genuine passion for the series or not, but I am inspired to play a song after this that is made by someone with a questionable passion for the series, but just like nerdcore style to, you know, cash in on something's popularity. Wait. Okay, this might be it actually. The Chasington one.
One fart and I'm dead. Now pop me, I'm very angry. Cough, mother clown, jump scare me.
Oh yeah, it totally is because it introduces the new character, Fat Dylan. I like this comment that says, "This is what the living tombstone sounds like to anyone over the age of 40." This is unironically my first impression of the King of Norway. Why is that animation so... I was gonna say good, but it's actually questionable.
I don't know.
Alright. I'm sure this melody is from something else, but it's pretty good.
Now I'm in real life through the screen, Dylan staring at me. He is very mean, I don't want to be seen. I am very tired, I will sleep. Everyone in circus tries to shout, Big Dylan coming to your house, but they cannot make a sound. Now Big Dylan is in my house.
Not Big Dylan.
I'm allergic to heat.
Okay, I think that's the end. Now,
VR.
oh, no, I accidentally pressed play again. Okay, so for context, the artist I'm about to play is a very, very talented artist. We did actually hear some of his work on stream before. His name is Hot Dad. That's his government name. And he was the infamous Chowder Man in the Hypnospace Outlaw game. And he also made an Among Us song that is very much striking to me as a song made by someone who really cares about the franchise and wants to contribute to the fandom in a meaningful way. So,
I remember the day Among Us came out. I was waiting in line at the GameStop. My heart was racing, would they sell out? I felt like a fool.
this is what Nerdcore is all about.
To pre-order the game on Xbox. That Capcom's husband is a real big fan. He's been playing since day one, and yeah, he loves to win. I completed the whole single player campaign.
I'm learning a lot about Among Us.
Very first night. Among Us song, the Among Us game. I'm trying to save my channel, it's dying every day. It is a game that takes place in space. There are two different roles, imposters and crewmates. You use social
This is
deduction
true.
to play Among Us game. My views and subs are down, this is the only way.
It is.
Identify the imposters, get rid of them with the vote. There's a limited cone of vision unless you are a ghost. Ooh, the Among Us.
This really is a song about Among Us.
It's almost every day.
I think I'm gonna stream it on every platform I have.
Among Us game. We're performing tasks if we are crewmates. Ooh, the Among Us game. If you report a dead body, it will hulk in play. Ooh, the Among Us game. Yeah, we love to watch and play. Among Us song, the Among Us game. I'm trying to save my dying channel, I feel so much pain. Hillary Clinton played the game with a charming guy.
I forgot they did that.
It'll be a fun time. Just come here
Jesus Christ, the 2010s were weird.
for you. Each one has different surveillance systems that you can use. Among Us is so fun, and it's here to stay. We love to play
Okay, time to write the text. Time to write the text. Fun text. Text that's fun. Among Us game.
today.
Check it out.
Exclusively on Xbox, PlayStation, and Twitch. Games Network Plus.
Dude, that
This
was
video was sponsored by Konami.
that was Nerdcore. Anyway, let's get a third degree sunburn. What is blind mode? I'm assuming you're asking a Twitch related question. I believe blind mode on Twitch, I've seen certain people like comment with the little like, you know, X out icon. I believe that's just when you want to listen to a stream. So I haven't actually done it myself. I don't know what it looks like, but it's just an option you enable to just listen to the stream. Which is fine. I'm verbally entertaining as much as I'm artistically talented, surely. So. Oh, you're talking about the redemption. What is that? Blind mode. Punishment blind mode. Oh, It actually, if you click on it, it has a description. It's when I take my glasses off for 5 minutes. Yes, again, these punishments were instated a while ago when I was just racking my brain for different things, like quirky things that streamers do. People don't usually redeem it because people like to use their Kerbucks for song redemptions and sketches, which makes sense because they actually get a benefit out of it. But, I don't know. If you want to see this quirked up streamer be drawing and having a bad time, I guess you can redeem it. You forgot about sketches? Yeah, that's kind of a thing I do. The art of making a nice looking speech bubble. You haven't been here for art in a while. That's fair. And I'm so unique as an art streamer specifically because I offer those sketches. I guess not totally unique because I know some artists do, you know, I have my requests open so you can just kind of freeball it and submit whatever you want them to draw, which in my opinion sounds a little bit disordered. But if it works for them, it works for them. The way that I have it through like a Kerbucks paywall is so I'm not overwhelmed. And usually I'm not. I like drawing y'all's sketches. It's like doing like a warm-up or a warm-down. Because it forces me to finish something rather than make something as perfect as it is. I say as I am perfecting the shape of the speech bubble for no reason. Even though it is slightly late, by the way, I have queued the Apollo Justice VOD, by the way. I haven't gotten to publish them as well as the art VOD as soon as I'd like, usually, which is, you know, before today's stream, because, you know, the aforementioned car incident. So, it is edited and the VOD is queued. So expect it like at midnight, basically. The automatic queue time is at midnight, and I'm like, whatever. I'm not gonna worry about like the ideal time for visibility on the VOD channel of all places. So, you'll get it when you'll get it. It's also so fun to look back because the big, you know, gameplay twist of the last case being the flashback to Phoenix's case is such a fun twist, and having our natural reactions to it is great. Oh, alright, Eldritch. Redeeming the sketch request. Oh, XYB missed stream. Give me captions. I'm blind and deaf. Sometimes people say the darndest things, and I'm just gonna let that simmer. And not everything, you know, unironically, not everything deserves a response, you know? Oh, you have a fursona, Drax. A half kobold, half dragon. Okay. You know, I will say, oh shit, those second and third arts specifically, that is a very clean style for both of them. Very good. I will say, I am not experienced in the world of the scalies, so I will try my darndest to execute it as accurately as possible, but no. You may get some beginner level anatomy. Actually, don't I just realized, don't comics do this? It's hard to explain, but like kind of like the dotted lines to indicate like whispering. Should I do that? I can try it and see if it looks good. I mean, kind of, but I wonder if it's almost like too distracting. I mean, yes, it also helps convey the whispering feeling, but I wonder if it's superfluous. I think that conveys it well. Okay, thank you. I will go ahead with it. Even though I don't usually do like extra effects like this, but I guess I should keep in mind that it's also going to be colored in, so it's not going to be too distracting, hopefully. Like, I'm also going to make it a little more faded because Adam's color code has not been decided at this point. Make it like a general faded. I'm having second thoughts against it because it's very visually busy. It's very visually busy, so I might nix it actually. I appreciate the feedback, but sometimes I have to prioritize the visuals. What colors were the twins as babies? I would say the funny thing about Chroma is that even though, you know, it fluctuates because it's meant to be like the energy of the soul, so it's kind of this formless thing, kind of like how people's identities are formed as they grow up. So as babies, they don't have an internality. They're just flesh, basically. So you could argue that their chroma at this point is the most abstract and like hard to grasp than that it can ever be. Okay. I'm still struggling mentally with what to put for this speech bubble because I want to convey something, but it's a classic, like, it's not even a punchline, but it's like sort of the punchline. I might have trouble conveying exactly what I want to here, so it might take a bit. But the idea is, not to be Mr. Explains the Joke, the idea is that little Adam is saying don't worry because he believes in his 7-year-old heart that, you know, he wants what's best for his little itty bitty baby siblings, and he's saying, hey, you know, it's not gonna be that bad because, you know, I didn't have it great, but at least they practiced on me, so I think you guys are gonna have it a lot better. But being able to convey that in a concise, specifically childlike way is a little tricky. So, the initial verbiage I used was, they'll go easier on you two, which may get the point across, but I'm not entirely sure. Something about, like, them liking them more or having learned more. I don't know which one I'm going with. Feels kind of weird to brainstorm this out loud, but yeah. Clear chroma. Yeah, you can almost say it's like kind of transparent when it's less like a form. I think it will. It'll also make you people. You think Apollo the original text is? Oh, actually, you know what? All right. It really does take one person affirming me for me to go, all right, maybe I was cooking. All right. I appreciate the feedback, by the way. A lot of my writing is me just writing it and then coming back and revising it if need be. But specifically for comics, it's really just a finish it here and no revision, because once I publish it, that's that. So I have to think a little extra hard about it. They'll do better with you? That can come across a very certain way, unless that's the point. To be fair, if you interpret Adam as being almost like almost being cold in whatever he's conveying here, that's not a wrong interpretation. Like, it's messy for sure, but absolutely a child can convey, like, I know they'll be nicer with you, while still being a little bitter about it. Even though they are infant babies, you know? So having a little bit of a coldness to it is not something I want to avoid, per se. They'll be nicer to you. Okay. Interesting. I feel like they'll be... Okay, Royal. They'll love you. I feel like that's a little on the nose. That's a little on the nose. Like, putting a... Like, specifically like a young kid saying, throwing around the word like love. Maybe it's more accurate, but... I appreciate the cooking, though. We may not use it for this dish, but it's still quite appetizing. They wanted to have you? Ooh, that is dramatic. That is not, in fact, really the lore here. It could be. I'm not gonna totally put that aside, but I will say that that is not exactly the grievance that Adam is probably expressing here. Also, I don't think Adam would know at 7 that something like that, unless their household situation is like way more fucked up than I'm putting together. But it's kind of more fucked up that Adam was purposeful, but yet he's also gonna have siblings that were just as purposeful, but they're just gonna have a better life. Better being the operative term, of course. Going back to sleep, pick Apollos. Oh, Safi has said Safi's writing is gospel. They'll be nicer to you. I believe that is what Apollo has suggested. And I think even though it's a pretty vague in the comic in itself, I will caption it something about him being like the first child or something, in which case it'll be more obvious. I hope they like you. Ooh! Oh, now I'm like rethinking the whole dialogue. And like thinking of like specifically this being like nothing and then the only text being here. That's a play. That's a play. Lots of subtext. It's pretty versed with the ellipses. I guess the silence is kind of implied here, but having another silence being like, you know, a purposeful pause rather than the first glance, that is different. I love Bluey. This song, that's a Bluey song. I know Bluey didn't invent this, you know, melody, but let me try it actually. Rather than, specifically this being, like a silence. I am very much, a fan, just writing in general, but especially for comics, in, like, if it can be conveyed in a more concise way, then do it. Because the more text you involve, unless it's, like, funny or serves a purpose, it's just going to clog things. I thought it sounded like Bluey too, yeah. I think the speech bubble has to be smaller because this is a long speech bubble for fucking nothing. Yeah, something like that. Oh, what about this? We're combining both the Eldritch idea and the Apollo idea. Where the Apollo idea is, you know, they'll be nicer. But specifically having the ellipses, and then this being... I was thinking, like, I hope they're nicer, as in they being the parents, but I'm wondering if they could also be, like... It could be misconstrued as Adam talking to himself about them, the infants. But that wouldn't be a bad interpretation because it's almost like it's kind of fucked up for kids being like, I hope my sibling are nicer than like my parents, which is like not a bad interpretation. So again, vagueness that serves different functions the more you think about it. this how John Davis feels whenever he makes a single Garfield strip? Probably not. I believe he thinks like 5% the amount that I am doing right now. Not saying that to hate, by the way. He knows what he's doing. It's an art to pump out that much stuff. Get it twisted. I am not hating on him. Double meaning? Oh, were you guys saying that to... Were you guys saying that to what I said before? Okay, yes, thank you. There was a bit of a delay, so I was like... I need affirmation now! Kidding, but... But, yes. I actually think, maybe... Because, again, comics stripping is an art. Comic stripping, by the way, is what Garfield does to get money on the weekends. But anyway, making comic strips is also a design thing. So in order to avoid doing the 2-column thing, I actually am probably going to redesign this so it's like a big, long 1-sentence. And then that obviously includes flattening the speech bubble and making it wider. I also like the comic-y trick of, like, the smaller you make the text in relation to the text bubble, the more it feels like a whisper. I think I did that for one of the Ujin comics recently, to convey the kind of the smallness of the words. Make the bubble small. I could also make the text small. That could work too. Dude, I love this kind of music. I love a tropical level. That too, yes, thank you. But like, just... Honestly, I've seen some comics online in which the text is actually quite small and messy, but obviously legible. So I'm trying to be less unforgiving to my own handwriting. But I am not a handwriting person, so whenever you see a comic with good handwriting, that's because I am working myself to death. I'm kidding. But this is good practice for me, is what I'm trying to say. I'm actually gonna make this smaller as well. Okay, now I'm going to go ahead and reline the speech bubbles, because they still have to have the usual thickness. I'll probably queue this up for tomorrow, because I already posted a comic today. So, yeah. Thank you guys for your assist on this one. As with the last one, I also, I believe, had assistance with, because it involved conveying a kind of a weird idea through dialogue that could have used a second opinion. The Mililani comic was also great. Thank you! Thank you, I'm glad you like it. It's funny how, it's kind of like how, again, I've studied, classic, like, Sunday Funnies comics, and a lot of them have reoccurring bits, and I like the idea of Mililani's reoccurring bit is him on stage just up to some shit. Kind of like how in Peanuts there's, like, Charlie Brown and the Kite-Eating Tree, or Lucy and Schroeder at the piano, like, stuff like that, where it's, like, a similar scenario, but a different punchline every time. I'm paying homage. Okay, Safi did send me a DM. Milani getting cancelled every time. See, the funny thing about Milani is that absolutely there are people out there saying that, like, why does he still have a job? But, you know, unsurprisingly, there are also people who are going to defend him, being like, well, actually, he's kind of funny, so, like, whatever. But I will say, Safi DMs me some critical feedback on the comic, and I think it is very, very valid. Specifically, the point that Safi brought up is that we are coming into this comic with the context of I am explaining it to you literally, and also most of you know the character lore and all that, but for people who are sort of strangers, in which, you know, a lot of my comics are very much meant to be sort of standalone, even if you didn't know too much about these characters, you can sort of intuit what they're about. I understand coming in, like, specifically one thing that, should I give Sky socks? I don't know why that just stuck out to me all of a sudden, but yeah, usually babies are wearing little socks. But yeah, like, one thing, for example, that's implied, but maybe not obvious through dialogue alone, is that, like, it might not be obvious that Adam is related to these babies. These could be just random, like, cousin babies. So I think that reworking the dialogue so it's actually less subtle is a very fair feedback to have on it. That little baby should have socks on. Give the baby socks. Give the baby socks. Damn, Sky kind of got that fit on. Not gonna lie. Why is Skylar following the classic Sang-Sangled method of blocking colors, and they're, like, not even a year old? No one is immune from my design, tastes. Dude, I don't care how young you are, get that fit on. Okay, there we go. Yeah, I think it's the same as the ear thing. You know, feet get cold very quickly, so I think that's why they have to be covered. But yeah. Yeah, extremities get cold. See, they gotta get all kind of swaddled. I will say though, the longer there needs to be some indication about their sibling relationship. Yeah. Yeah, something about, like, yeah, I think the initial you know, like the initial line of, what is it? Like, they'll go easier on you or something? Which, on you too, yeah. Maybe I have to go back to what it originally was, like the original plan. It's like, it's a little more blunt. Seal covers his ears and Skylar covers her feet. The parallels! You know what? I'm gonna save this as it is, and then I'll have to undo it a bit to get the original dialogue. Aw, damn it, that's the furthest it can go. Alright, well. Beat mode. I may actually do away with the initial. Yeah, again, I'm talking about like having it be concise is ideal, but sometimes failing to convey what you mean to convey is also something you should keep in mind. So, even if it may seem blunt or obvious to someone who is very familiar with, you know, the context and intentions, it could still be valuable information to the passersby. I'm just like rethinking all the dialogue for that feedback, which is absolutely you know, needed, but overthinking it, you know me. But also, you know, I'm not in a hurry. You know, like I already made a comic today, so this isn't on a deadline, so I'm not like killing myself overthinking it. It's a fun creative thought experiment too, to think of what would be the most effective. Eldridge is just impatient. I'm not drawing their dragon OC right now. Listen. I will pass the ball soon, okay? I'm kind of wondering what that second pause does if there's no change in expression. I think the second pause was you already forgot about that fun. The second pause was initially meant to be like the first, you could interpret the first pause as a look rather than a, you could think of it as an establishing thought shot rather than an extended moment, per se. Well, this is actually the moment, but I agree. I think it might be better to turn this into a scene, a dialogue moment. Also, Safi, I love that, I believe Royal, said goodnight to you and everything, and yet you're still here, engaging in writing with me, which I appreciate. Love that for you. What if he sighs? No! So, this might be, very sad to say, but he's not as cynical when he is 7 years old. So, the sighing is more so, you know, the weight upon his shoulders kind of development. Also, he is not, in front of someone he is particularly, vexed by, nor trying to impress upon a certain kind of stern masculinity. So, I'd actually think he's being a little more vulnerable in this moment. The call of the writer. I fell asleep and you're being kept awake by loud noises in the other room? Damn. I don't know what's happening. I might as well stay up and assist. Yeah. Much appreciated. And then this is more of a bigger text. I just had a fucked up thought. So, you know how the initial sketch was like, don't worry, and then all that? What if the second bubble, what if it was, don't worry, I'll make sure they're nicer to you? Which, again, is kind of heartbreaking from like a 7-year-old believes he has agency situation. But what do you guys think? Damn, Jesus. Yeah, it's that's why I kind of started with this kind of a fucked up thought, but it certainly conveys something, doesn't it? Do it. Yeah. All right, the reaction is definitely making me sure that I should do that. So. And the vagueness there is, of course, like, is he talking about, like, you know, people in general? Could be, but those who know. I might have to write this again. It really is a task, training my writing. Last time I like hand wrote something to a large degree was when I was still in academia. So this is work for me. Good work. Damn, Jesus, do it. I love the encouragement. Also the kind of like hand over the mouth responses. It's funny because when you think of Adam in the present day, he seems very disconnected to his family, including his siblings, but it definitely makes sense that, and I say this as the person who made Adam, so it's like, you know what, that makes sense actually, and I don't mean to think it's like a side thought, but the idea of Adam being very active in his siblings' development, and then feeling comfortable enough to leave when he's felt that they are like, you know, old enough to have their own agency, makes sense. Also, the funny thing about parentheses is that we get kind of a funky column situation because the parentheses aren't, you know, across both of them, but I can do a funky visual parenthesis where it's like this. I don't know if that looks better. It does make it look more like visually symmetrical, but see, please skip the song. I'm sorry, were you talking shit on my man Delfino Plaza? Bro. Piantes? Get him. Big parentheses blend with the bubble outline. Gotcha, gotcha. Okay, that's absolutely fair. I haven't tried it before, and so I thought like maybe it does make sense in a mathematical formula way, but not in a writing dialogue way, admittedly. But it does make me want to have this more over here, but also that doesn't... Okay. Again, classic text stuff. And then make sure they're sort of aligned. Like obviously my letters tend to float down the sentence, so you gotta make sure they're down. And I'll also make it small again, again emphasizing whispery dialogue. I'll also make this one small too. I'll also thin the speech bubbles a little bit, because some of these are super thick. Because you can tell I resized them. What a song! What a song! Oh, now you're speaking my language. Don't worry about the thumbnail. I mean, I wasn't gonna, but... This is, you know, I looked at the thumbnail, I didn't worry about it, I just thought, yup, this is something that Drax would click on. There was no worrying involved, it was just, input-output Eldritch. I'll be so for real.
Are you scared?
It is water music, though. I mean, it feels like drinking water, I guess. It's less about the water environment and more about like a Fruitiger kind of vibe. Not bad. Okay. So I will texture that, scale that. It has to be exactly 60. It must. It's funny how the previous Mililani comic, I added a bunch of like sparkles and movement and all that, and this one is just bone still. I've also been adding the... I actually initially added it onto the Gabrielle comic because it had a flashback, and so I was like, let's give it a bit of a lighter tint because it's, you know, a flashback. But then once I added the lighter tint, I'm like, wait, this looks just better overall. So now I just add this and then do a lighten by like 10, and it adds like a, you know, before it's very accurate to the original colors, but then once I do lighten, it kind of adds a little bit of a, I don't know. I haven't listened to the song I am requesting. Eldritch, can you wait a fucking moment? Oh, the description says husky. Oh, there's lyrics to this. Dude, I'm sorry, gay man. I feel like the Bara representation in Chromosynth is particularly lacking. So I hope to fix that soon. Unfortunately, it's my own fault that my tastes lean towards pretty boys rather than buff, hairy men. I'm trying, man. Alright, and then this kind of final step is mostly just and then like 50%. I'm gonna make sure that the colors are There's also not a lot happening in the background, so I hope it doesn't look like super boring. That's the classic kind of comic anxiety of I can't draw backgrounds, so you gotta take what you can get. Classic. And then make the fourth panel background a little darker. Yeah, that's a classic trick I've been using of like darker or lighter like tint and tone of the panel to indicate like a change in tone. I feel like and especially it's good to help distinguish them when they're the same pose and perspective. But it is getting a little bit bright. So let me change it to kind of a duller version. Maybe this one. Maybe this blue. That's... Oh yeah, let me get to Eldritch's second request real quick before I forget. And gotcha. Ooh! Remove all art from the panel and just have the bubble. You remove the bubble too. It reminds me of that classic discourse of people, specifically like certain comedic Twitter comic artists, and them going, if you... Actually, this dialogue is quite superfluous. If you just remove all these words, you could have effectively the same meaning while also being more pointed. And on a certain level, I do agree. I do agree that certain comics can be very wordy, and that is sort of part of the joke, is that there's a lot of, you know, dialogue and description going on. And I do understand that sometimes short and sweet is something that can be explored. However, it is a little rude to, like, say, just cross out dialogue and be like, I made it better. Like come on, guys. You can be a little nicer about unsolicited criticism. Especially if you're crossing stuff out and creating, like, a different punchline in the process. That's probably good, right? It's all good. It is good. Yeah. I know you like didn't listen to it before you sent it, but it's pretty good. I think that is that for the comic. I still think that this is a little too bright, and maybe I need to get a different blue, but not one that is like so dark, but more of like a faded blue. There we go, that's better. Yeah, that's good. Thank you! When I get approval from Safi, I get really happy. That was a joke. No, I meant that was a rhyme. I meant to say that was a rhyme. Fuck! Oh, fuck! Fuck! I'm jumped! I think there's nothing funnier than making such a small mistake and being in just anguish afterwards. Fuck! Anyway, thank you for that request. That was actually groovy as hell. Okay, so I will take a quick break while y'all listen to this because I have laundry and also I need to pee. So, look at babies while I'm gone and enjoy whatever the hell this is. my god, this song is still going. Oh my god, how long is it? Oh, I actually came back at exactly when it ended. I meant to do that, of course. Anyway, I actually did both of the things I wanted to do. So, epic. The meaner. Because I'm mean to do things. Okay, so back to beach. I mentor because I mentor do that. Alright, so we are basically done with this comic. So I can go ahead and say that as SC8. So honestly, I'll upload it on the site probably as soon as I can. But otherwise, I may not post it just yet. Just so I can get some time in between. But let's get to that sketch request, shall we? Just sent Safi a very important reply, and there we go. Honestly, I'm kind of digging Eldritch, the character in the second ref specifically. That's sick. And also mildly attractive, so maybe I can get on that bandwagon, I mean. He's 6'11"? Damn. They're all just the same guy. I mean, I know. I can tell they're all references of the same guy, but specifically the style in the second one is very nice. I think it's because the expression is very evocative. So I'm gonna, I mean, I'm not just gonna take inspiration from that one. I'll try to get it from all of them, but I'm worse than those, you know, furry artists can only draw dogs people because I can't even draw dogs. I used to be such a big dragon boy when I was young, now a robot man. I mean, we all go through our phases, right? Funnily enough, your two phases are basically both on my can't draw on my commission chart. So, funny how that works out. And at least I can acknowledge that it's fun to draw wings. Let me actually give him a pose, not just arms out. He's actually supposed to be doing the same like kind of arm, hands in the pockets thing, but it's like a little more visible here. appreciate he does have long hair. That is something I can definitely draw to obscure the amount of things I can't draw. I can draw him a little more, just so I can convey a body. Yeah, I love a pose like this, where it's kind of like, specifically the what was it called? The perpendicularity of the arm and the waist is something that I am very fond of depicting. So. Actually, maybe. Yeah, specifically the kind of snout I should get. I'm trying to. I'm like studying the other reference pictures and seeing how well they draw this creature. So I learn about the anatomy of things like this as a side. Like specifically the dip of the snout, I am using the third reference as a good reference for, because it's very like stylized but still anatomically sound. But I do want him frowning though. Proportions in the first are the most accurate. Gotcha. Oh, so he's a kind of lanky then. I see. Wipes a tear from my eye as I remove some beef. It's fucked up. That's what it is. This music is how it feels. How what feels? Okay, I definitely should draw the ears longer. Like, it's going down to the... going down here, so... yeah, that much. Alright. You were testing the bara too soon? It's not even bara, bro. Like, okay, I like some meat on my men. Alright. Listen, I like pretty boys, but I don't like boys that if you roll down the car window, they fly out like a tissue paper. I have standards, okay? Note, Sang has standards. Yeah, you know, you may not believe it, but I'm actually a really private person, and the fact that you know anything about me is kind of a miracle, and more of a testament to your obsession with me, rather than me, you know, and my desire to fill you guys in on and any of my internality, because I actually have a really, like, deep soul, and, you know, like the ocean, much of it has yet to be uncovered. I also realized he has a big scar on his chest, so I should probably incorporate that. Yeah. sang over no! That is not true. Strike that from the record. Judge, strike that from the record. This is most certainly a falsehood. I'm basically like one of those VTubers that whenever they go on screen, you only see their arms and they have gloves on their hands, so they're extra private. I'm basically that. Okay, now, hold on. There's like claw things on the wing, so I'll do my best. Please bear with me. I'm taking some artistic liberties. Alright, now time to finish off with the hair, in which I'm good at, mind you. I actually think, looking at the original art, it's actually a lot more wispy. The third art makes it look chunky, which is kind of the direction I went, but I actually might do a little more, just kind of like, raggedy. I'm in love with an emo boy. Or something like that. However you want. Okay. Yay. I do like it when hair kind of drapes over the figure. It not only adds a sense of depth to the character, literally, like, I mean, you know, 3D dimensionality, but it's also just fun. Because then you actually get to show off the hair rather than having it be in the background. So I'm not gonna read that sentence, Eldritch, but good for you, or whatever that says, because I didn't read it. How'd that post go? Good for you, or anyone know the post I'm talking about? I was trying to quote it, but it's been a while, so obviously I failed. I ain't trying to read all that, basically. Alright. That's alright. Well, I'm glad they're okay with it. I apologize. I may not have executed the scrawniness as much as I wanted. Maybe I should make the shoulders less, but oh my god, I love drawing broad shoulders. No, don't take my treat away from me. I'm kidding. But anyway. Dude, once I learned how to draw shoulders, it was over for me. Specifically, the way of drawing shoulders that is emphasizing the joints that are connected to the arms and the little collarbone connected to the chest. Dude, that once I learned that tech, brother, it's hard to get me off that fix. I would definitely just say shoulders is not anything untoward by any means. It's not that strong, but they make a difference, is what I'm trying to say. Same with hands. Honestly, it's not even a particular inclination objectively. I just think when people draw hands well in any art, it's just like, whoa. Big points. Big ups. It should have been me, not them, etc, etc. Go right ahead, it's chill. It's too late. I already went for it. I appreciate the sentiment, but okay. Also, like, specifically how the lower part works. I'm trying to make it look like where the mouth ends and the kind of the lower jaw begins. I think it's like it goes like up a little bit, like that. Yeah, I think so. Again, this is all very new to me. Dude, it's like that meme, like Justin Bieber rolls the worst joint, asked to leave the club, but it's like Sangled draws the worst scaly, asked to leave the community. Alright. I think I'm fine with that. I'm loving the 4-panel comics you're doing. Oh, thank you, Eldritch! I know you're not a big, like, following me specifically for the chromosynths, but I appreciate that regardless. I know you only follow me because, not for my original content, but because of my sweeping personality, as well as the people that I've managed to surround myself with. That's a bonus. But yeah, that's very kind of you to say thank you. I'm very happy with where they're going and how I've been able to use them as supplemental material to Chromosynth. It feels like kind of like when I came up with the web and the stories. It feels like it feels good to be able to explore it through yet another medium. Which you may say, Sangled, aren't you are there a bit too many cooks in the kitchen when it comes to the Chromosynth stuff? And I say, that's why I call it a project and not a... I mean, technically it's a comic thing. It's a project. The medium upon which you explore it, being a website, is integral to its identity. So, honestly, if all else fails, it's just like a website you explore. I'm trying to bring those classic web pages that have fun shit on it back in the culture. There's just a lot with Chromosynth. Fair. Listen, I don't blame you. Unless you have a specific interest in, you know, a certain kind of compartmentalization that comes with a slight fantasy genre, but like not like a huge fantasy genre. Like, if you like the Pokemon part of compartmentalization, that's like the specters, as well as the different elements and the colors and the little da-da-da. I can understand it being a lot to handle. That's why for the comics, I think I'm trying to keep them small at first because they're meant to be kind of a very accessible way of introducing people to Chromasin, which is why I haven't made a random comic about character number 85. I've just kept it mainly on the main four. For now, of course. I'm thinking of like introducing the other characters in a kind of a narrative way. Not like literally introducing them, but kind of comic-wise introducing them slowly rather than jumping in between characters too abruptly. Like now that, you know, Adam's siblings have appeared in a comic, albeit in little bitty baby form, you're more likely gonna see them in the future because they've been kind of soft launched in an Adam comic. Next comic, the chess piece dudes. Bro, listen, at the very least, I try to set a rule for myself that if I'm going to draw them, they should have pre-established designs, which hopefully does encourage me to, you know, make more canonical designs for characters. I just realized the 4-panel comic series I've been reading lately is doing exactly that, making it easily digestible. I see. Well, see, the thing is, that's why it's a lot of people go for it. It's a tried and true formula. I think more people should do comics in. Well, I don't want to discourage people from doing serialized comics, but more so, I want to encourage the 4-panel, like 4-coma, being a respected form of comic, even though it's not as, you know, serious and narrative. Because I love my funnies, dog. Before I had the internet, I had the funny pages in newspapers, so they're very dear to me. Okay, I think that is it for this guy. And also, it is about past midnight, so we can definitely end things here. So this is, what is their name? Oh, he does not have a name. Okay, so I'll just call them Drax because that's kind of what the hell this is. So, I'm obviously, you know, you're the dragon expert. You're probably like, actually, Drax is totally different from the Kobold, and it's a totally different kind of like whatever, man. But it's the Drax part of Eldritch Drax at the very least. For Eldritch. Hope you like it. It's definitely not as good as the other references you included, so I hope I did them justice. I've been using Drax as the name for several sonas now. I mean, it's a decent name. It's definitely unique as a name in general. But okay, I think that is it for... That is it for tonight's stream. Let us go to Twitch and see if we can find someone. Dude! Ryan Phantom is streaming. This is our chance. It technically says he's playing Retro Rewinds, but also he's playing Deltarune right now. So... Is everyone ready for Wildfire Gaming? Oh my god, dude. But yes, I believe Cassie is playing Deltarune for the... I mean, this chapter, you know, blind for the first time. I think? I know that usually Ryan plays Deltarune, like, right away, and Cassie, because she is, like, employed and also familyed, she gets on it later. But we can go ahead and raid Ryan Phantom. Yeah! Singing raid, yeah! Listen, I'm calling it now. the person, the witness to come up on the stands, it's like 50% it's Banana Man. There's a good chance it might be Thalassa Gramarye because she has a young sprite. It could be Vera. So it's like, it's almost like a, it's like a 50% it's a royal voice, 50% it's a sappy voice, I feel. It's probably not going to be a new character, but if it is, I call dibs. But anyway, singing great, everyone. Give my love to Ryan. Everyone, most people here are familiar with Deltarune, so do the support. Especially Cassie. Cassie's a lovely person. Give her support. Don't backseat. Tell her she's doing an amazing job. Bye. Bye.